You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
And why might that be the case? What lava lights on such a bloated corpse to be?
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the day. You keep coming back to yourself in the mirror. But why? To admire all your accomplishments? You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that? Sure you do. They're all so friendly, huh?
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. Others are scared. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of people are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings.
A mirror hangs on the box. The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
I don't I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
I'm just looking out for...
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
I just want to do my job, that's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two is making her uncomfortable.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. You're not.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. The suit, the sunglasses, the haircut. He's famous. That's how you know his face.
Watch out for yourself. Again? I can't believe this.
There's something that it's like the two of you know each other.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good. Not as famous as you, superstar.
I fear you're misinterpreting this situation.
Talk to me, superstar. What do you want? Okay. Neither can I, partner. Not...
I'm not getting involved in it.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy. Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at, but still. Yes, just cross it off the list.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? Okay?
Jean, he said okay.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control.
Yes? What is it?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right?
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask? Oh, what? No. No, he's not. Actually, never mind. Don't tell me about it.
5-machine pylon.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. Hi. So what brings you here? Bye-bye, gendarme. Hi again, gendarme.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Yes, this man is definitely one of the homos. I've seen them homos with my own. This sexual thing seems interesting. Ask around. Become involved.
The homosexual underground? Why, yes I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? Well, I am one of them. One of the Sub Rosa pleasure group, congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night. Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life. Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Revachol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature. Very esoteric. Sure thing, officer. What do you want to know next? You did? And how did you like him? Aw, shoot. Why not? What about me, gendarme? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Well, here's to you. Bye-bye, gendarme.
I've got nothing to say.
It's you again. What is it? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down. And she doesn't fucking trust.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her.
His hands become fists.
And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking...
Hit you. Duck.
Titus Hardy! Everard personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafeteria has gone. Someone has to rush in to break the tension.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man. What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it? You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university. We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works?
Understood? You've listened in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are...
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bullet.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got...
I'm sure we can find a tape.
Where can I listen to this?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
A rusting control panel. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the water lock starts moving.
All right, we can go to the coast now.
Rust peels off the bent iron.
In this yard?
He's assessing the situation. How long ago?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur. A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drums.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the... It must be cold and lonely down there. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess...
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out.
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Yes, quite.
As you sit down, and the hinges creak under your weight. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant...
Yes, it does. Let me think about it.
The tune on your lips forms a strange, yet undeniably... The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still, the wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further, the clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
I believe it's following a pattern set millions of years ago by cosmic forces. But
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for? A precinct, yes.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible... No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here. That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema. Of whom? I don't think so.
Probably. Try definitely.
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it.
The lieutenant, there is also a 4th thing more precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly. You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the... Yes, let's go take a look.
A police badge on which you see the photo.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape. You see a photo, a name, a rank.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. It's a wartime name, revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you Officer when the badge in your hands shines as you rotate it. The man keeps winking at you with his green 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks like you had quite the charming face. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheek. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already... The badge in your hand.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're double Freighter. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained. My pleasure.
Such a small yet precious thing.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing what...
The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. A lot can happen in 4 months.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. It's a tough station to work in. You have all...
It's no wonder you are like you are.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
The badge in your hand shines. The portal reel is just what you needed. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing, a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. Within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Claudia told you about. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a... Yup, they're all here. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one? Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the world. The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox. The portal reel. You push. Come on, set.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice room. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your portal reel. The tape stops spinning.
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Still.
There's more going on here than we know.
Corty could be short for Cortemar, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. A village on the Samaran Isla, in South Safra. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about. Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. Or maybe end of recording. I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you?
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding? Hey, Tequila! Well, that's harsh. I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into mine. Wait, no. Make it 5. Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found... We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't go! Don't go!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. So now, it's a pirate's life for me. It's you. We've met before. Don't you maybe you look like you want to know how Tequila Sun... Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the bug. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept.
Does that sound like something you'd do? The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Well, the word on the street may be a rumor, but what happened next is the truth. I was there to witness it, along with these bums here.
Lies, lies, lies. He owned...
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things!" Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you...
What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers.
We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Ours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers, whose main interest was cramping your... No specifics, though. Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Yeah, you said... This was before you started talking about how the Pinkies were always trying to fuck you. You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who'd cleared 5...
As you've already determined, the actual number is just over 200. But...
No thanks to the squares at the precinct. It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum. It depends, really.
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his... You might get scammed here.
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. See, interesting. Ah, this is what they use to keep the working man going.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that? Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder slash... I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract, I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
That's right. Getting a good run-in's important to men. Speaking of, when's the last time you did your laps, pork chop?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer. But now dreams... One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key. I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best. Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going.
He pinches his thigh as if to check whether this reality is the...
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? The hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks, but that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit-stained tracksuit. Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra? I used to own my reality situation. Now I can't hang on to anything. What? You've never seen 100% pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum on it.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. Its randomized trials have also found liquor, tea, and then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime. Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom. Yeah, exactly. If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up by the boardwalk or somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it. I'm all ears, Tequila. What's it about? Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? All right. Hey, Abs.
Don't you? You cool, have a go.
I need you to sign this document right here. It's important.
Don't call her.
Don't call Abaquao? Great job, Abs. Nailed it. Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen. For my trouble. Hey, guys. We're heroes.
About fucking time, man. I've done my job.
Don't call Abigail.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I...
Okay, what's on your mind? You too, Tick.
The scruffy-haired little boy, the other one, looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his... Someone has left an unidentified. The cloth, if you can still call it that, makes a soft. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. I'm sure he'll be through.
Smell. It's awful. It doesn't help. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That something cold wakes. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief.
Eyes up, detective.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper, 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka, and a can of black potent porter. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with whoever tossed it here. Now, this makes partying look. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato. It's no older than a day or two. It's hard to concentrate. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contoured. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good
tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time.
True. It feels Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's
a dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take. The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. Or maybe it was just dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done. Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What?
At least this man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would be just sad. This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
Well, at least you're not married.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, but I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually... Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep this... It does seem to be a pretty straightforward... From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from...
You take the legal documents out of the... The library card is folded into 2 and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Most of these type, if lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55 211.
Good.
Winter, slowed, the snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still. And to think, it seemed as though the melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren out dressed.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
An old door, worn by elements, guard.
It's military. A service depot of some... Probably something that is no longer there.
You see, a once bright mural towering above you. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops along.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilstam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building.
Nice to meet you.
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a...
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when they're so...
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D? It looks old and weathered.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer, they started out as a midway electronic. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Felt had an ace up their sleeve. Or it was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even, which is a feat of engineering, even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
Indeed.
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say.
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? And who?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Actually, I think there is. No, it's too much. He's joking.
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers, as I was very, very cool. Though I understand the Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld Playback Experience, but those are incorrect. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer...
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reed. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark. They used them for military communications. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually, as I tried to get Mikhail to memorize.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book.
But of course, what else? No, thanks to you.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind.
No, I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad. Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from...
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general, average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
The lieutenant also nods. It is quite a scene. The lieutenant is nodding so hard.
All right. I'm glad we stopped when we did.
Unable to piece together. A scattering of bullet holes.
Meaning, the manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed.
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them. A dozen at least. Their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Snowflakes fall on the wooden planks and the surrounding sand dunes, covering the land with the white of innocence. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Leeches, fleas, and thieves, all the freeloader scum living off the hard work of others. Such is your belief. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior...
A cold sea wind.
go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap.
Who's there? Oh, the police.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the pleasure? Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881. Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a...
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary! We can go soon! If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm, so,
Seems puny, to be honest.
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, and I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolve.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it
would be glory itself.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition. Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martin. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis. Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about the insect.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution. Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid...
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of...
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism. They'll work, I assure you. Yes. What? And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let...
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 40th century, and it's hers. Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious fact.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sitting...
He's dead set on this.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research, attention to detail, and, above all, persistence. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them... You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technique...
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this? Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's like...
That's highly unlikely, officer.
Did you hear that? Pheromones. You were right about the teenagers.
Oh, I doubt there is any connection there. Anyway, these pheromones will attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Should last you about a week.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the world.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men...
Finally!
Thank you for your help.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, but what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. Yes?
Hello, I'm Gary. Very yellow man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come.
Degenerates? This man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to stay strong for Revocol.
He pronounces Revocol with a hard K, unlike other people.
My mug? Why would you think that?
His eyes widen at the sight of the mug. He's seen it before, all right.
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you? Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just...
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
Officer, please. Let me explain. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know? Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay, I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right, it was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez, so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have.
Disgraced. No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
I hope I can help your investigation, in my small way.
Does this mean you were in his apartment, admiring his colonial mug collection?
I like to pronounce it the hard way, the old way, the Vespertine way.
He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden message. It's a secret rite, a very fringe nationalist handshake, probably.
Always, I mean, officers. always a pledge. I mean, officers.
Is very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath. It sounds like he's wearing some kind of armor under his clothes. You can't tell it's there just from looking at him.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got to...
No, you've got explaining to do.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have...
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions. He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view.
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you, but...
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later. I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
This is all he knows.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I told you everything. I just took...
'Tis true, sire. This man simply did not know what he was getting caught up in.
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way, but I don't usually go... I'm sorry for what I said. Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
Of course. Of course.
There's a trap in the reeds at your behind you. The ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds. When this district was booming, the The locusts are crawling around in the trap.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down. 3 to go. No, you weren't.
A familiar apparatus. The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. The wind picks up here. This trap is also full of panicked locusts.
Another empty trap.
Yep.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with? The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. Well, unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
But not when you're in a tight spot.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy. Just for from time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them.
That does not go for real men. Coach means the expression.
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin.
The traces of her laughter are still there.
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them gone.
The harbour seawall endures the wash of the freezing waves. Many things wash up against it, and...
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated... Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so...
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kid. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the...
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
And go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something. People imagine picking up and finding something better is an easy solution. But how is that supposed to work when all your time and energy goes to staying alive? You have almost nothing to set aside to actually fight your way out.
Hordes of wild, homeless people roaming the lands. Nomads.
I don't mean to complain about my pauper life. We are warm and fed here and... I don't know. There's just something about this shithole.
A sudden gust of cold air blows in from the sea. The waves flow and ebb. Around you, the fishing village takes its slow. It's home.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer.
Then how does she know you're here?
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't...
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still... No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Maybe they are afraid. Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are. Look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr... Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them, I can wash it for you. but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Hell yeah. No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be torture to stay put.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner. Stay? Most that said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth. Aye. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here. Surely not the first one. So are you interested or not? Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the...
He's a little relieved you're no longer in there, should he? This environment encourages one thing, and...
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, they've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place...
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk, but it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else. What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, used to be a supply depot, we think, and now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Just us. It's barely a village anymore. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap, a blank spot on the map, just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
She nods, rinsing. The door has seen.
I'll wait outside to give you... After we are done with the day.
The key turns with... The scruffy-haired little boy kicks. This one doesn't say anything.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. The other one laughs. Wow, so intellectually stimulating. The stone kicking isn't even of very high caliber.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. That's nice. My mum is great. She's never angry or anything. Yes. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart. Lammy tells them apart. It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Garth's good side if you replace the broken scooter you almost certainly broke.
I don't know. Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days.
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a... No!
I think she means revolution.
Yes! Bye!
Tequila sunset. My jacket?
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then...
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Faun? That's medium concept stuff, not my style at all. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you should lay off the booze.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and I'm calling it. It's neurological.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah, okay. I'm sure...
It's an okay jacket, if you are into that. Okay. I've been meaning to have a little chat with you. I'm glad you finally started dressing a little more like an officer of the RCM.
Your half-brother is proud to stand beside you. The lieutenant regards you for a moment, unsure whether you're making it...
Right. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world. Let's not get ahead of...
A warm...
Anyway, we should...
This trap's not... The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Some tufts have been crushed. The broken stalks seem like a rebuke. The sound of the city, the constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monster.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. I'm just...
This is the last of the trap. The reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake in the lazily falling. It's good the cryptozoologists left. The later it gets, the colder. Remnant, the trap feels light and silent as you pick no locust. No phasmid either, but still. Your voice echoes on the coast.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there?
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Okay, but after...
A pain of barely holding it up.
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
The pain falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what...
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her.
Oh.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
So should you. Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat. I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features.
Why? Okay. This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside things. Like this.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike. No idea.
Yeah, I record stuff with it. No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact...
That's not fair. And an understatement.
Same place I got the recorder from. The Palaceum. Oh man. You haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck, or really be a Palaceum going kind of person. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either. That's cool. Sure. The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound. Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that'll sound. My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard. Anyway, I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden. The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible, like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill, the quivering jaw. She is on some kind of stimulant, amphetamine or methadone, and its effects are wearing off fast. She will begin to experience more and more valleys now.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the...
It's okay.
Thanks. That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
And who are these boys?
Yeah, Andre and the guys, they're inside.
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in there, no room. Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it. Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter, I can take the cold. Go ahead. Okay.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering up.
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind. Sorry, you barely have room for one.
You go ahead.
I'm actually not, he thinks.
I'm sure you will feel right as...
peroxide blonde hair, holds up as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret.
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent! Hardcore! Alright!
He furrows his...
Hardcore! Ah!
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent.
I am the Mike Enforcer. I am the Chicks Checker. Yeah!
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush...
Hello, I'm Andre.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse. No.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
An egghead. Egg! Together with a Cell Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. We have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like...
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads! Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Strike that! And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
They're spooky. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is.
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to...
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Of course. Noid.
All right.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece. Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly. The speed freak nods to you.
Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive. Exactly.
The cage of the rage! It means the situation is money.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it. Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it. You know, of Meteo. Meteo, a country on Muindi. Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. Yes? Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've... Yes, there's...
This machinery is of the deeply mystical...
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen.
Andre, tell him oh,
And it felt like there was something in there with us. What?
No!
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. You should talk to Noid about that.
With a small surge of PEA, alertness.
Good idea. Sure. As always.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. The lock turn feels like...
Let's go.
As you do, you hit a great whoosh of air in the heart of the city. A machine stands in the corner.
Another radio computer. And this time...
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case. It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
The silence in this part of the church, maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even and then it's gone. Almost all of it. It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow. If not blotted out, you can hardly hear your own breathing. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more. Your voice is barely audible. The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then...
Can you hear anything? The church just has strange acoustics, some engineering trick.
The lieutenant doesn't reply. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the dark. The silence. Relax. It'll be okay. It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the... It's not a shadow anymore. Becoming more substantial.
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no. You've lost sight of it. Yes. The darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely... You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. The shadow is a man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intent. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. I'm here to receive the mother's love. You can too, Holmes. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's okay. And what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence, and you don't even know it. I was like you once, just dragging my feet to the next bottle. Shit was dark, Holmes.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Look at these crazies. What is this shit?
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here. Sure did, Holmes. I am, at least in part, Holmes. Into the mother's love burns away the cruel distinctions of the body.
What does he mean, in part?
Haven't you ever met a Mex before? Cabrón. Surprising number of us around Rabbit Shop. You know, I'm not so sure myself anymore. Don't really matter, the aboyadero? No, Holmes. I don't go in for that kind of thing. It's all about surrendering to the mother now. Glad you're feeling more comfortable. First-timers are...
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending.
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes? No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe that's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began. I think they were, a long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them.
They look pretty dapper, actually.
Oh, that's no simple question, Essay. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes.
His adoration is beyond sexual. This cavity is something that no human form has.
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to... I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. I ain't from no Marietti, if that's what you're thinking. And the song I sing is...
He lost his cool there for a moment. Wait, he says he didn't remember anything about being Mesk. And now he remembers this.
Things come back in flashes when something reminds me. Sometimes they even seem important again. Really important. But I was talking about the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really, or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mothers, the ones in the tent outside, right? I see them, think they scared of me. Nah, man, they look pretty funny, and I don't harm no one anymore, anyway. Absolutely, man. Wouldn't bother me none to have them spin music in here. Might even be nice to have some
in white, silver, and apricot veil. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts. The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you. The ocean feels distant, its ebb and flow blocked off by the centuries-old pinewood sarcophagus around you. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman...
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the Small Pinewood Church in some records. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 Sisters. Only one remains. We should be respectful here, although the building...
The mother of humanism stands. The mother of humanism stands above you. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Unknown. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen Her Innocence Day advised. Small figures of wise men, common men. Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie din. And then along the left side, Après le monde, la gré.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however. It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing. Justice, union, prudence, and force. So do I.
The mother of humanism towers above. The mother of humanism stands above you. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged. Although she's often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day. Constantly surrounded by her terriers, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely.
Lieutenant Yefreitor, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't connected to the case. None of this is, in fact.
All the old You see rows of top.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front. You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like about a week's worth of mail as collected in there. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slut.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in Central Jamrock,
Yes, hello, are you still there?
they're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Happy we could help.
Anything else you need from me? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. Well, that's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. 57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of...
It's great to see you again, officer.
Boy, am I ever so grateful to you, officer.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mexican origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some...
Ramblings. Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most...
Darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to...
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his...
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. I looked up, and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking around me. I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people...
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've...
It did, yes.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
You're welcome, sweetie.
Nothing.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
No locusts?
That's not ideal, but... I definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just means the Insulindian phasmid is even...
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmodea picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps. Make them...
Another trip to the reeds.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us.
Heartfelt gratitude. Some kind of foul play might be afoot.
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here.
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small. You should ask the red-headed boy.
A little hooligan. But what would a child want with...
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to
Delinquents. My favorite.
Oh, you've been such a...
Well, I see you've got all the help you need.
After this is your last chance to...
Really, Gary?
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morel, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done,
No need to apologize, Geary.
He keeps the language unemotional, but it's in there.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain.
Did he? I never said he was a good man. Where did they get this record?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired knee.
Did he say whores a lot? He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As to Kohoi, he wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. No, I'm pretty sure he did all those things, and then had to internalize them to keep on living, until they just sort of turn into his, running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into one person, then cast in Norani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower. We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done in...
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example...
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his.
Lelystad. That's a good start. It just occurred to me, colleague. We still haven't performed the field autopsy on the deceased. The questions I have assume some kind of foreknowledge on our part. I suggest we go and perform it now, and return once we've brought ourselves up to date. Excuse the delay, miss.
The young woman nods.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. I have bad news for you. You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you borings. You too. Me? What did I do? These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info. Believe it. There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume. All bullshit, man. I ain't compromised, especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy. Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory. Truth. Softness. Protect her. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level in time. She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. I think it's safe to assume. Yes. Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. If he were, I suspect she is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often. That is correct. And omission, a little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to but when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. A light green speck and imperfection on the outer rim of how it always does. There's nothing you can do about it. You know. It's better to know you're being played than you can't draw a sound. She may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You see? It's odd, don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. For a second, her face disappears from your cornea. Only a silvery negative remains. Still smiling, a tired smile.
It's you again. What is it? And?
He tenses immediately. Chest tightens. Jaw sets. Ready for another blow.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape. Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine. People are supposed to be like that.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No good goddamn psycho. All right. Oh, fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman? I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent. The man is slowing down, Looks like a bad blood sugar crash. He can't keep track of all the variables anymore. Who could? It's getting harder and harder to perform one's part in this sordid play. All it takes...
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal, remember. I know you're tired. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck off!" That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation.
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? What we need is some...
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them,
It's you again. What is it?
convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now, but you know someone who might. Fat Angus, the powerful guy, Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men at outside in the midday sun. Ruins. The pavement. Huh? He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Goddamn right. Don't come around if you're not from around.
Fuck you. I'm not from around.
There we go. Don't come to the wild north if you are not white enough.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We just couldn't get him down, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out.
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
Firearm. A Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It's you who's in control.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After after a long walk along the coast.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions? He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
At least you'll know what to look for now, when you get around to...
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't. Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus. We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged. Not yet. Just some ideas. I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns. Training. Years of bad blood, probably. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do.
He's calmed now, threw all that turmoil away, and became himself again.
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. That can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her, from the old world, where she came from. They're powerful, connected to the Moral Intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted or...
That's all he knows.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of run...
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
In a manner of speaking, we had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it, for political reasons. It sent a good message. Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. Glad you understand that. You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go...
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large windows in their frames.
She, Clausia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she... That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo.
We'll take that into account.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today? The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a real future, Harry, and I feel you're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder.
Judging from how happy he is, it looks like you... Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes some people consider moving, well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' palaces.
He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate the size of the palace.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce. Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. And I knew you were one too, Harry. Right when you rolled into town. I've got the centre, I've got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church too. The wheels are turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there.
But will there be giant statues of the Clare brothers towering above it all? Joyce knew he was up to something.
Damn right I am, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as she is one day. That's my job. To order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, why a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from it?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Harry. We outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pine.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying. Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. It's already happening. No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare.
He really doesn't know. A guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist.
He really doesn't.
2,372. Plus yours truly. Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
Wow, a neurochemical, psychoactive labor uprising stroke hostile takeover.
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolid.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. It's also far removed from my men and the people of Martinez who've put their trust in me. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. I'm gonna unite them all in...
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
Thank you, Harry, thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But an old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt. Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The Pigs. Like Roy said.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now...
She will be there.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
We're way past... You can bother Leonard with that.
There's something different about him now. He's more...
Great, Harry. This has been so great. I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my... Very nice, Harry.
can I help you?
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the...
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the Yes, I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough. I'll let you handle.
The kid doesn't even...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden boards she's standing on, and on the wall.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for off. What I can do for you is answer some questions. I love you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter? Of course, anything to help. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with... Oh? Oh?
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can he's able to contain the anger and surprise. When I said, be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, gross.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people...
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this... Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now.
Perhaps he...
Of course, Detective.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Can't you tell? I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right word. Have you ever
She wants it to be some...
Yeah?
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RC.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building. A weathered brown door. Something smells good. The lieutenant motions to you. This is the door. You already know. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps passing.
Chances are that whoever is going to greet us behind that door is somehow related to the deceased. This means that our job here is to deliver the death notification, as well as identify the body. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually dead. Just don't say that you know how they feel.
Good advice.
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle it.
The lieutenant motions. A weathered brown door. Something smells good. Soup along you. The lieutenant motions to you to go. This is the door. You already know it's the right. Get yourself together.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
The police. A moment, please give us a moment.
Tidying up. No, there's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open. You from the book stand. I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink?
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again?
Keep it together. You don't want your body language to tell her the news.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble. So, how can I help you?
You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
What did you say? Oh, but he was just...
But he was just here.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your...
What happened to him? Was he drunk? I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever. She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets.
Here.
No. I just need to tell my girls. God, should I call them? Should I tell?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is...
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon.
We should step outside and talk. You did well. I'll call the station tomorrow and let them know the name of the deceased. They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your...
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our... Let's go.
The girl is ignoring you.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new
Can I help you?
What is this thing?
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing...
Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time? And yours?
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
I know. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. For all of this, for wasting your time.
Why did you waste our time then?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again, where the cold oceanic expanse lies, and behind it, another world.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me.
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see.
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me. He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought...
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her.
Oh. So am I.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. He was still on the floor, slouched.
Run, woman. Run past them, and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with the... When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was...
Ruby?
Ruby. You know,
The leader?
the Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the...
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
It's a shame we never got around to doing a thorough autopsy. And when was the tampering? 20...
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods, silently. He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue put...
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is.
Who? What? Dear Lord, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not the most fair and just at all. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she... Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. See?
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Cole, there was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking.
That is the emergencies desk. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe...
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
She stands before you, holding her back very straight.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. Like I lied before. Like I lied to my employers. I have to lie all the time. No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name. Maya Smith.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here. Past the Bergen Suit. It's Katarzyna Lazie.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They see. She nods. Her back straight, ready for whatever is next. She slow. You are. This is not the end of this. This window is pristine on the inside, a vague sense of disappointment. This window is pristine. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your... Like the witness said, the man is kneeling. The woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th, and a shot has just... The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a... The man does not know the bullet has... The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is... There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. 72%. With a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. None that you've found thus far, but the point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire... That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call that B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detected. 1 kilometer away, an unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere, on an islet in the Bay of Martinaise perhaps. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window. 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. 700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a...
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. It would be the diligent thing to do, until...
tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps.
No wonder the cafeteria manager seemed frustrated when he was giving us directions to the yard. Well, you did provide us with a very convenient... No wonder the cafeteria manager... Well, you did provide us with a very convenient access point to the crime scene.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. The kid. This orange, you slip your... If you want to try again.
Equip the pry bar by going...
This orange machine is dead still. The bear's eyes are...
Oh, it's you again. Very good. That will be one universal die for Weirdo Untethered.
It feels icy, just holding this die in your hand. The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach. You hold in your hand the... This book will show you the score. Get you the alphabet. Every page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet. A is for Azimuth. B is for Boreas. H is for Homeboy. Q is for Quasar. That's it. You know the alphabet now.
Good.
Your flashlight, some of the writing. This old fireplace. Both cables are unplugged from the... Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current, happy and content. This orange machine is buzzing like an old, turning the crank. It's all gone. What better to assuage the creeping sense?
Officer, I prefer the old name, Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they entered service. Wearing them on your cap was supposed to bring good luck. You know what? No.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sold the ID for you, was it? She gave them to me too.
She must be the woman from that picture.
Enough! I can go over these matters in detail with you, Gaston. But not while...
Maybells don't blossom yet, do they?
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. But I think you are...
It is such a pleasure to see you again, Offit.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep... The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. One...
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph. This is it, the scene of the party. The fire, not as such. I'm talking about what came up. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving.
Tequila sunset. What's in it?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna...
Don't call them a god!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling you, I was once a reasonably high. I developed...
That's... Speaking of...
It did, but now, one day I left...
His eye...
So I removed... I was halfway... I made my... Naturally, the situation required... Ouch. So I made my way... I rang... People are not just... But when I... Anyway...
He pinches...
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. The hobo... But that charm...
A drop in temperature, an easy flow, chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. A tub warm with water, white with soap. Number 312D. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until there's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle. Hurry. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier.
Hello, mister. Bye.
Is that the phasmid? Wait, what if this is the fishing rod situation all over again? fine. It's not a phasmid.
Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon. Let's see. Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? An installation. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care. Oh yeah. Take it from someone who's...
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get.
There's nothing else. A metal and plastic contraption, Bob's.
That over there. Must be...
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very...
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
There's something in there. It smells like you would expect it to smell. And just a dash of hard liquor. The water this side of the peninsula, a shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae. And...
Well, damn. I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope. In my experience, cryptids are generally an interest...
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
We still got here too late. There...
The dome shape. Hey, her innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember? You have the headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. Don't be so pessimistic. This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this one. So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. The mother of humanism stands above you. A machine, the lieutenant, doesn't say anything. But you see the lieutenant says nothing. You see that behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark. Another filament memory. Nothing happens. The speaker comes to life.
Good evening.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez.
Saint-Brune, that's the church. And Rue de Saint-Guylaine, that's the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne. Now...
She repeats passwords. Programming people are
I work as a repeat. As for me...
On an island on the river Esperance, doesn't it get lonely?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely?
That's why she does.
Now, please tell me why you're calling for this accident. Good. Please.
Let's look around. There's no use trying. Maybe he knows something.
Receive votre accident. Sleep.
The machine's keyboard.
Oh, hey, Wade.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about.
Too many times, essay. You need it.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety. The lieutenant raises his eye.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña when I hear it. Look, man, I'm at liberty to talk about the sacred. I think we're done here, essay.
That was interesting. However, I'm still not sure.
The machine's keyboard is the speaker comes.
Good evening. Votre accident on Good. Please repeat the password. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Saint-Brune.
Anything else I can help you with? Sleep well.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing behind the hatch sits a cube, another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker.
Good evening. Sleep.
The machine's keyboard. The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place. That the church... See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. What was that about narcotics? This could prove to be interesting. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been... But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand.
Seems like something to do with radio. Something about the backup data getting destroyed. I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one with...
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the... Keep reading. I'm interested.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the
pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracted. That disco man must be a cell.
The girl on the ice?
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in March.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with them.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCN, you see.
Well, you won't find any music venue organizers here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her. After...
What is it? Yes. Or no. Not anymore.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad.
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
You really like those questions, don't you?
They're bloodshot. She really hasn't been getting much sleep lately, has she?
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure. What do you think it is? What quality?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
I don't know. Are we? You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence. But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Oh A faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go,
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical. I know. No, I don't. Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks. No. Yes. And... No. You're right. I'm not. I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. I use the AR-1 as my RAIM Prefect's processing unit. RAIM Prefect. My radio computer. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a... I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
They are connected to my RAIM Prefect. I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light can't...
Could you just... shh... for a moment?
It's not just rudeness.
Great. What? I hate it. Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here. Take a guess, why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you?
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
The Swallow, you mean? What about it? Great.
The shaggy-haired girl kneels.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean. Shoot. My associates? Sorry. I just don't tell people. Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but... It's supposed to become, like, a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Elysium. Except that... yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the goal, there will never be a club for anodic music. Not in a million years.
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. Synthesizers and tape consoles.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light.
Go ahead. Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch, warm from her touch, and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
What is? I know. I'll stick to it. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer? Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to. What is it? Oh, really? So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress? No, it sounds like you've just got chick issues. Well, think about...
Hi again. So, how are things going?
And? What happened? Oh man, the crab man you mean? Who is he? What did you think? Really? Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's...
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a massive problem now that
Everyone is welcome! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's cloak? A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who will you trust? The spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better...
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise. About the dance club.
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this?
Unity! Dance!
And you can't just evict her?
Look at you!
Oh, no, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make... If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of...
The lines in the dark exist! Coexist!
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then...
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Excellent! Good luck, my friend. He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music. You know, a host.
Interesting, sire. A bit like you, then. And...
Well, he's just kinda here. I don't really know how to... Yeah, sometimes.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing...
Yes. What?
He nods
Goodbye, officer.
The edges of the pages are the jacket copy. He is ambushed by a truck. You open the book. His arms were... You flip to the copyright. The edges of the... There's some tear.
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortress Accident.
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it.
Yes, what is it?
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings...
Alright. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an abandoned cubicle.
Okay, but still. It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio. The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it. Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. That's her name, I believe. Good. Then you might know in the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you. It has red glowing eyes.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe, like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. And the heads... I won't even get in. This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about...
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing.
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse, whatever that means. Of course not. Anyway, I don't have my keys anymore and she won't let me in. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks, no. She literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my Reims Civic. I'm not making this up.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Thanks. And here's my Qualsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It
hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be part...
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me your hands. This is the pace. Show me your hands.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering...
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress. Officer.
Her eyes bulge with terror. Veins protrude on her forehead.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't. Lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reducing blood from passing through the neck of the suspect.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing.
It's a goddamn police shitbag. Come to pavement. You're under arrest.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Magnesium, duramine, maybe even speed. My God, she has speed on her. What else?
Confiscated countermand. Restricted access to...
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Officer in need of assistance!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot!
We can't leave. A delirious civilian is...
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
No! No. I thought Mr. Moran... Gareth!
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer! License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch!
She's frantic, confused.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs.
Scavenged. Battery-powered police lights.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression.
Her eyes bulge with terror. Veins protrude.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands up. Suspect is on the loose. Suspect is... That one extra leg with a baton or extra knee strike above.
Be careful, detective.
The situation looks bad. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun.
Officer in need of assistance.
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you...
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. It's a goddamn police shitbag. Cut the pavement. You're under arrest.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules, magnesium, Duromine.
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Eyewitness report compromised.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs...
Back up. Back up. Back up. Status unconfirmed.
No. No. I thought Mr.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised. Impersonating a police officer. License and registration. License and registration. Come in, dispatch. Sector.
Alright, here's the plan. You hurl the ledger in her face, already darting right, and immediately close the distance. A drop of sweat runs down your nose, and in it you see the Martinez Inlet, wrapped in the night. In the abandoned fish market, 3 figures standing in a spectacular light show. A large, loud woman is pointing an empty firearm at the other 2. She doesn't want...
Huh? My God, I think you're right.
This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This is police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your...
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. No.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness. Yeah, looks like a bad case.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to us. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But I think we're done here for now.
Please. Leave the radio on.
She stands motionless. This orange machine is buzzing. Only the black cable is plugged something close.
Very smart.
This orange machine is dead still. This orange machine is dead still. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Gewaltsund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero. Disappointment washes over you as you stare into. You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding. Careful not.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen Kilde as...
Yes, but
It's you again. What is it? What's that, copper? You want us to help little old lady?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick.
Hey, wasn't Everott's beat team looking for her the other day? They said something about her. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig? No? Well, whatever then.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it?
I don't remember. I was fucking...
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Dunno. She lives by the water.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually...
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? Respectable professions don't shoot kids, Cerdo. They don't beat confessions out of prisoners.
Easy there, Al. Sit down. We got one of our own to take care of, so let's not get work. Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Be anything else you wanted to know? Was? Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never.
The children kept her together.
No problem.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on.
You can almost see the shape of a man.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensation. The footprints on the floor, however.
Boring footprints. You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. If your mesolimb.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking... Oh,
Did you take the document?
no, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. And
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
cryptid. Now that I think about it, you mentioned seawater. I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
Hey, was there something...
Well, well. Bringing in that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
The Whirling's not a charity or a musical therapy clinic. It's a commercial establishment. You're going to scare away the customers. By causing more trouble, I think we're good. It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of '44. Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage. The stage is all set up for you. You feel a little dizzy.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-San, though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there, down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you. The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but gives you a quick smile. Before turning, he's incapable of blushing, but if he weren't, he'd blush.
Good, good. Are we ready?
Last words?
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. Looks like it's the one. Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Wait, no. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
No, it's not dangerous. Just depressing. I have a theory. Lindell was able to divine the anomaly's location from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with... Watch! What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not Sona doesn't reply.
Here! I found it! Hold on. Shh! Just give me a second, I'm almost...
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
Done! I've got it! I found the location of the anomaly! Thank you! There. In the swallow. Think you can help me again? I need you to go move those water bolts for me. I need to double-check my calc. Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Thanks.
It's awfully silent again, as if someone turned off the entire world outside. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor. It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across.
Yes, what is it? Great. Everything should be aligned now.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. Honestly, I'm a little scared. I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is... Maybe I'm just tired. Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant and then nothing happens. As so, you can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. She doesn't answer. Her eyes...
Damn it! No, of course not!
Despite her fear, she was hoping...
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. But this is just another failure. You can try on the headphones.
Silence is silence? You're sure there's more to...
Yes, what is it?
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little head, and then the pressure changes. It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get...
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wood.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men. You mean the speed freaks? Of course! The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence. Sure. Let me know how it goes.
Hello again.
So you had a talk with Andre. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to weird stuff. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also sonic powers, pale relate, yeah. Gotta compare. I suck at socialising. The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs.
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this will be by getting us into the church.
The young man.
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All-core! Alright! Yeah!
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Ah! Is it though? But is it?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally.
I am the Mike and for.
Hi again. So, how things? Yes? What's the deal? We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of a Nordic dance music. That's fine. We can manage. We appreciate it. It's going to take us a...
Yes, what is it?
What? I can't hear you! The music is... Oh, there's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mix. He doesn't listen to me! Thanks! Let me know how it goes!
You've got a think.
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. But you...
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground.
Andre is busy cutting a cell using her contact mic to listen. The one with the large head is blasting Sire the tent. 'Twas a security risk. And in here, Sanctuary. 'Twas only noble of you.
Okay.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more. That's right. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago.
He means...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well. I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye. You defend her.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of...
Mass murder on the floor!
There is. She is a party repellent and must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
the speed freaks.
It's not coming down. People are gonna love it. It'll be like our thing. Plus it keeps the cold and the rain out.
That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest. Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented. She liked games. Her legacy, she invented the beauty you're feeling. Seeing her glass cut as an iconography, then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called beauty of hers. You wouldn't be the first. Millions liked her. She's...
What a straight caustic overflow. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep saying that if it isn't making you feel well? Don't come back to this anymore.
Sure.
She's whistling a
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio, and no, it's got nothing to do with Contact Mike. No. I actually wanted to... Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. On Sauna, the programmer. She's... Sure. You helped us out. She's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk... But earlier today she told me about Welkins? And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those... Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the raft. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But beats me. Noid said who knows? He doesn't really... Who do you want to know about? Andre? He's a cool...
She rubs her sides, but not from cold. Her shoulders are relaxed. She must have taken a hit, or she's on an upswing.
He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, nothing. Must have taken it. I've never seen him so... I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know? Yes. Yes. Who do you want to know about? What do you mean? Oh, that. A Nordic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offence if you like rock music. Yes. Anyway, even if you don't...
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you... Anyway.
Actually, we don't know where he's from. Or one time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coal City. Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning. All night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah. Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even... It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really... People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. You wish you'd been there.
Who do you want to know about? He's a Forburger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but... Noid and he's real hardcore about the lifestyle. What do you mean, do? Like, he's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good. He abides by the hardcore, sir. He would have... Sir, I abide by the law.
A strange feeling.
It's just something poor Forburg kids do every spring, to pass the time. I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering. Okay, then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot... Yeah. Who do you want to know about? Me? Again? I told you, I'm a...
There's that phrase again. Really reminds you of...
It means I don't answer questions about myself. All right. There is. Thank you. Sure. Welcome back.
5,000 people in here. 10,000. Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honours, detective?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. How about something simple? Like the club?
Too modern. And too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real, the name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do. You have? Well, what's the name?
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it?
The past is the future, but the future is dead.
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name.
I'm dancing. Yes, my man.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves?
Goodbye, officer.
Heavyweight jam. Hardcore. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All car. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime
Hardcore. Ah!
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
Under the radar.
We're close.
True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent.
All car.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore.
Is it though? But is it?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you...
I am the mic enforcer.
Yo, man, what's on your mind? Dead body, spirit entered. What is there to talk of? Sure, they're hardcore. They're just clothes. It's just a style, you know.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
The silver hint, it flutters by your ear. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Excuse me?
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
What do you mean? Alright, my father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. What do you think? The competition came and took everything away. It was like in a war zone. So after his death, we had nothing left, and we were in danger. My mother had to change her name, mine too. We left it all behind. Gee, thanks. Now, was there anything else on... Welcome back. Sure. You helped us out. What do you mean? Who do you want to know about? Sure.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you. It's to express my...
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure, with the fused together spikes, but it...
All because I'm balding, yes. I want to fuse the remains of my hair together before it leaves me. I want to show my hair. I don't give a fuck how old you think I am. Not 20. Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway, he's a quiet man, mostly Yes? Goodbye, officer.
Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? What freight?
We're close.
True, hard, full, hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All car! All...
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Ah!
The question is, what is the question? But there was no... We're close.
True, hard, full, hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All car! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his...
Hardcore! Ah!
The question is, what is the question? But there was a question? We're close.
True, hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All car!
He furrows his...
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
The skin on your back is... There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain, right next to the canal. Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could...
To the mega! Yeah! I could... Oh! She uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5mm. These two don't mix.
Oh no. We're going to be in this church forever.
Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
Great! Someone got through to him!
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the Arno for just a sec for a special scheduled event. The Arno will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. Alright, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes, and then I'll turn off the music. Alright!
Yes, what is it?
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just
maximum! Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance?
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's...
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless. Of course it is.
Yeah! Permanent!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air.
Born ready. Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoically, his hand moves to the gun holster. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world. Made manifest. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people.
Guys, what's going on? It's getting louder.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Oceana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines. He's peaking, the worst high he's ever been on.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously. His eye...
The window is going to come down! No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up.
Come down to us!
A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Beautiful car! Beautiful life!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor. The place is gonna come down.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here.
This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass, and then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, You too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start. It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically, I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again. Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or that...
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce that frequency anyway. Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Sulispov. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinet.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You have an explanation for all this. You don't know enough about the world. But that Joyce, if you knew all The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex. Vibrations thump through your blue soul. A hawthorn tree on Rue de Sange, he stands on. The other real deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side, it's getting late and it's snowing.
Good night, officer.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside.
What is this place to you?
Behind the half-built cinder block house at the other end of the village, there are 3 people drinking. Your new crew. You don't need the old crew. You already were a part of their crew once. You can get drunk with them again. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the...
Look.
An old mirror. On the table, you see a bowl of water. The water reflects back. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean. On the table, you see a bowl of water. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes. The water reflects back a vein. The kid. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. There he still is, looking. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in. Comes over you. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand. The spell has no effect. You stand eye to eye with it, the odor washing through you. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around. These are clearly not boots. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso cupped the material. Delicate, these are clearly not boots. There, the cadaver slowly twists. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar word that's vermilion in yellow letters along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol? Your fist clenches suddenly. Decay is creeping on his eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home. These eyes used to be blue, baby blue. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is red.
I'm gone. Into the wild pale in the past. Way out in the way. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about jokes either. A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer. Go ahead. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more quick, because you're a copperoon. You're Los Copodopo. What, do I remind you of someone? No, not quite. There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I. Soon you'll be just like me. Just keep drinking and...
Feeling nausea? Vomiting? Tenderness?
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my Frank.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt.
Of course. You come back later.
It's getting late. The bed is comforting, if... Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.